Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, yet another summertime themed VTuber model speed pixeling and rigging. Let's jump in and adjust the volume slightly, at least for me. Oop, I'm a little big. Oh no, I didn't update this. Mistakes were made. I think that's how it's spelled. There we go. Okay, scrawl's fixed. So today, as now update on the screen, going to be doing the summertime version of Mwocha, who actually kind of does have a summertime outfit. Quite literally sailor. So some things I kind of want to do on this is to work a little bit on how to do ears and tail, because she has a very much on her model, that tail goes from here to here. It just goes back and forth. Actually, yeah, the tail is basically above her head. Actually, can I just double check on this? Let me pull up one of her streams. There we go. This is her second model. She had that a while ago. I don't know how long it's been, but yeah. Oh, she's been using her first model for a bit. Let me just grab one of these till I find it. And go a little between things. Room. Frame by frame to actually get it to pop up, but yeah, that tail does a 180 on her. So there we go. We got an example of it from a stream. Like, it goes to the other side. It matches on both. 1 second. There we go. Okay. So my main goals is try to get ears a little better and try to figure out a best way to get this tail to go across. We got our side view, our back view, and then she actually does have a swimsuit under there, though it's rather tiny, but I'm going to have to go with it. Also, moles have to be very specific on getting the moles. For ears, I'm going to try a little bit of something, I think. But whether that's going to work or not, who knows? And pretty much like last week, very small stature and body, but very curvy. Is she 6 heads high? Let me just do a little check. She might be. She has a very short face, so it's hard to tell. Very possible she's 5. Oh, that's a 5. A little less, or else I'm overestimating where the top of head would be. Which, I mean, anime girl, it's very hard. Let's give the reasonable doubt. Top of head should be about here. Rest is just a lot of fluff. Either way, it's me doing the model. You could argue either way. I'm more familiar with 6 head proportions. I'll probably go with that. Beyond that, I should probably actually make a list. Boom. So let's see. Things needed on model. Proper ears. Proper tail. Asymmetrical top. This is going to be a little interesting because I don't think I've had it done on... Oh, it has the little thing that hooks in over here so it stays in place. You can't look down cleavage. Yeah, she has a lot of bobs. I don't know if I'll be keeping all of them. This is why I'm making a checklist. Top, anchor, and fish hairpiece. These are important because they give, you know, the whisker look. Whisker hairpieces. Armband. Waist piece. Okay, I guess it isn't that much going through like this. Just looks like a lot, but it's 10 small pieces, or less than 10 small pieces. Bobber leg piece. Maybe get the glasses on, maybe not. Bow isn't that big. I might emphasize it a little bit more than it is on her actual model. I'm not sure if I'm getting wee wee, the shrimp she likes on there. We'll see. Actually, how tiny is that skirt? This may be the first that I could actually get the bounce. Not as tiny as you'd think. Unless these two aren't even. No, they look about even. Yeah. Oh well. Okay, anyways. So for the ears, as I said, I want to try to do a little something with them. Because I have... Unless I go cheap on the head turning, the ears always look flat. 1 second. So the issue with that is... the issue with that is that I don't have enough material to work with to give them like a little bit of 3D and deform them. So my thought on that, I think I tried to do it before, was, you know, have a front piece, then have a back piece that's colored all the way behind here. Ear fluff can be its own different layer, and that this can like go over that without needing additional frames made. And this can pull back. Might even just have it appear slide back instead of like it being kind of at an angle or like actually tilting or all that, but we'll have to see. And in order to have that, I need to make sure that this, let's put this back chunk has enough coverage to not only go back, but also come out a little bit for when it turns the other way. Because when it turns this way, when it turns left, this has to go back and shrink a little bit. I picked terrible colors for this. It'll be fine. And when it goes forward, this tip of it has to go a little bit this way, so this has to show more. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Alternatively, I do what I do for feet, and then I step this, which is probably the smarter solution, and I should probably give it a shot with this, so that I have multiple parts I can just sort of adjust so this doesn't like turn in weird ways. We'll have to see. Now for the tail. The tail, I think, I can't do this all as one piece. It will not work. And it flips on here. I'm not even sure if I could do the flip properly. I'd have to make it mirrored. But I'm definitely going to have to segment this like Achi's tail, except it's going to be more painful because they have to like change properly. So I'm unsure of the best way to slice it because if I just slice straight across, whoops. If I slice straight across, I have the standard issue of this Pac-Manning when this turns this way. So either it's always going to have to shift down from the side that isn't working on, which will have problems right here. I mean, I could try and sidestep it by just, you know, avoiding that band, but it may be obvious. Alternatively, we don't do anything like that, and it's all just smoke and mirrors, and the only sort of part that we do have that like shifts around is down here, and they're basically circles stacked on top of each other so that they can move without problem, and this just sort of like carries it around. And maybe we have a little bit of information on it swinging, which is probably the smart and sane solution, so I'm going to probably earmark that as do this, where not round enough, but this chunk is that, and then we have this chunk is it, and very specifically have it lead with that, and so on and so forth, all the way to the back. And that'll give us a lot more control of where the tail goes without actually deforming any of this. So we'll have to see. And then on top of that is the issue that it is on her main model a smile rigged. So the more there's a smile going on, the faster this goes back and forth. I'm not quite sure on the best way to do that. I could think of ways to do it. Are they good? Probably not. So, the first blush on how to do that is that this is the breath. Counter goes from 0 to 1. And a normal one would go from this side and then back to this side. The thought is that I make it two-dimensional and have it based off smiling, where we put at the quarters in here, this is equal to 1, and this is equal to the 0. That means at full smile, it will back and forth twice as fast. However, I think the mids will be completely just a mess on that. So, not sure how it'll work out in the end. But I'll give that a shot as to working on it. Anyways, enough talk. Let's try getting at this. Ba ba ba. Cat. Okay. 64 by 64. As always. No timer this week, just going to wing it. And this is going to be like a little lower. Let's bring it down to 90. Does that change anything? I'll go with it because it actually gets some saturation in there. And her head, I think I said I was going to go with 6 heads tall. Eyes are going to be a little smaller, or like a little pulled more down. But I'll work with it. Absolute mess of hair. Side ties to work with. Oh, okay, that's it. So I need to make sure I have the little, on the panic eyes, the little eye gull. Yeah, Mwocha, she does game streams, she does art streams, she does some ASMR, I think, too. I think she actually opened up an ASMR channel, so her main one doesn't get bonked because of it, because... Rat sniffs mic. That is sexual content, clearly. Okay, let's just... do I have it on? I do have it on. Okay. I think that's a little too much. Go back. And then get a little more down here just so I can carve prop. Okay, and let's just hand it. There we go. Round head. Going to have hair to about up here, making her head look a lot smaller. And I'll call it a day. 90, 80. Outlined. Oop. Neck. So she has a choker. Should probably just inbuilt it on there. Well, I mean, I could just check. Yeah, it's inbuilt. Maybe you could toggle it off. I'm not going to bother. And that's about a little under eye width. So like somewhere around here. And we could go like that. Just go down a little bit to make sure we don't run out. I'll make a shade one later. For now, let's just knock this in. Excuse me one second. All right. Just dying a little bit. Okay. I think I'll go back to this for this one so I can keep it easier. As for how she should be, there's a lot of tilting I want to have on her. Actually, let me just... If I go to her debut... Hello, hello? I don't think anything broke. Just my hub fell down. New outfit? Yeah, it was just 3 months ago. I just want to double check to see if I'm thinking right. Because they at least go through full range of motion when they debut an outfit. So there's a bit of dip. She doesn't have a lot of turn, as I would think. When I mean turn, I mean like going like tilting. I might do a little bit of that because I think it would work. Okay. Basically, let me just... 256, 256. What I want, just from what I've seen of her streams, is the ability for it to basically go... Oops. Let's turn this off for a second. I don't know why I keep clicking that. I never use that. Normal Mwocha. Chat says something. She cringes and goes, stop. So the head goes down like, you know, about like this. And how to have that best follow through of body. I think would be, we have shoulders. So this might come down a little bit more, like over the top of the shoulder, which is more motion than I usually do. Like that. So this whole formation goes down. So the head comes down, this comes down, and this would be like on a tilt, like, does it even, oh wait, I went too far down. Everything's on fire. All is lost. A tilt like this, where head turn or angle X turns this way, and then maybe like a down or a rotate Z for this will actually bring the head and the rest of it down. Like specifically at those angles. So that'll be an interesting thing to solve. Put that in my back pocket. I have other things to take care of. Just give the standard body. Well, not the most standard. She is not rather hourglass. She is more the pear-shaped, but still there. She has curves. Oh, there's so many moles to remember. Feet. Okay. Oh, that stays on during that. Maybe I'll have a toggle. So that's about at the edge of the eyes. The hips are past the edge of the head, so that's pretty standard. Well, no, the hips are, not the shoulders. The hips come out more than the shoulders. As I said, pear shape. You have hourglass, you have box, you have pear. So this is pretty much straight down. I'm going to give it a little bit of curve because that's just what I do. And we're working on sixes, so I go all the way down here for chest. Whoa. Body middle, which I will put above. I might keep below this one, because as I said, I want these to tilt down at the corners. I think that will help with that. But yeah, as I said, yet another chuba that draws that I find. It's like I keep looking for this thing, even though I'm not technically looking for the thing. I don't like the one edge. And now for body lower. I'm just a sucker for art streams. Actually, this should be more down. Yeah, this should be more down. I am not thinking this morning. I have not been the best of health. Packing up a storm for the past few days. For some reason. Oop. Probably would... I know I should have form on there, but probably should keep it like that. Okay, now lower. Now we're going to go out to about... Well, I guess we do go most of the distance. Back here. Something like that. Oh. All else fails, full send. Maybe extend this a little more down. Oh, whoops. Mistakes were made. So what I'm kind of waffling on is that either I'm having the bottom half take care of like when this goes over the edge, or I'm having the top half. And this can only move 2 pixels before we have the edge. So I'm trying to segment it accordingly. I think that'll be fine. You know what? Let's just shrink her up a little bit. And I think that'll be more in line. She is a little more on the lolly side. I mean, she's a Munchkin. That's a joke half the time. When you do a cat girl and make it a Munchkin. Her arms aren't that short for her body. Okay, I think that works. And let us group. Also, something I realized the other week with fighting with Live 2D is that I need to put everything inside a folder, or else Live 2D likes to freak out when you bring in new stuff. Don't know why, just does. Okay, left leg. He has rather plump legs. Or thigh. Left upper leg. Standard stance. They're kind of close together. I'm going to have to double these up and have a tights version. Oh no, the horror. 5 seconds of color swap. So shoulder would be about out here, but her thighs get out to about here. Probably want to bring this up. A little much, but shave that down. And that can go to here. A little, yeah, here. We're moving her proportions up a little bit. Because we just did shorten the mid of the body. It's not quite 5 heads, but it's close. Okay, so this would bring us down to 5 and change. So we've gone up like a quarter. We're losing a half. Like right here. Colon 3. So she's not as pigeon-toed as I would guess. So this is going to get the kneecap. I'll fix that up later, but I just need to have it be obnoxiously there. Go in a little bit. And do this. Bop, bop. Now is the time for feet. I think this needs to go up a little bit more. Yeah. This is off. Stretch that cat. I need to fix that in a second, but right now. Oops. There we go. A little unbalanced to me, but as I said, pear-shaped. I want to put an hourglass because that's just what I do. Or box. Okay. Okay, cover that up. As I said, I wanted to fix that up slightly. There we go. Any weird staring? Yes. Cool. Anything back here? The knees. And this needs to be a bit up here. With the stretching, there should be possibly something odd going on. Doesn't look like it, though. That's surprising. Usually a few pixels get really odd. Not today, though. Do I want to go full tippy toes today? The answer is generally yes, so might as well. So she doesn't pigeon toe, so I don't have to worry too much. Just go like this. That's a little too far. Let's just cut you there. Foot toe. I mean, I can go over to the actual feet side. More moles. Very important. And let's just do this. And we are going to, there we go, round this out. So it's more straight on the, that's exactly the opposite of what I have going on. So if I go more like that. Oh, lined up perfectly. How rare. I should really put, what was it, Blender? I know the the Blender community actually, like, when people live stream, or like when they make videos, they have like key commands put up on screen. Because otherwise, nobody knows what's going on. Because Blender is not actually a GUI, it is just a terminal prompt that uses two letters for everything. Okay, let's see how this starts looking with arms. Whoops. Body group. Let's make a new thing before we do this. I will always complain about how this works. Left shoulder. Oh yeah, I need to... Like, speedrunners, some do it, some don't. It also would help, you know, like in footage when you review it to see if you mess up. But yeah, it also helps in, like, weeding out task stuff. I don't know. It all depends on the game, because it always does. Because, like, nothing in speedrun can actually be formalized and completely rule out cheating. Except, like, doing it at site with other people's equipment, which causes its own issues. You are purple. So, shoulders don't quite hit where the hip is. They don't hit where that thigh is, so... like a little over here. I'm just going to have it be... even with that. I haven't had to have the shoulders move in recent ones, so that's good. Means I'm getting them spot on. What I mean by move is like I have to compensate by actually moving this and then the rest of it. But I guess that'd only be for, you know, like... really? I don't understand how Sprite is so hard to get things in and out of folders. You would think that'd be the basic thing. It's like, I have the thing selected, I make a folder. No, don't put it in there. Do I? Is it in there now? Okay, cool. Ugh. I don't like fighting with my tools. Left upper arm. Okay, so how do we want to do this? This is pretty eye. Like, when I say eye, A would be like something like this. I guess it's pretty much that. It's pretty close. I guess it's still a very much a... an eye would be like you keep arms and leg, or not legs, arms pretty much to the side of it. I guess it still falls in A. It's just a very much on the twos. Okay. I'm not used to seeing that. I'm used to having bad. Worse. Where, you know, like T-frame is, or T-pose, the arms out like that. VTubers live on the A so that the hands and arms aren't always in the way. Unless they have specific need for that, like Minton having her hands up, even though she does have an option to put them down. When she streams in collab, I think she puts them down, but solo, they're always up. Because it's, you know, the ghost thing. So, what I'm saying is I can get away with doing twos. Which is rare to me. Shouldn't be, but it... ah, those are twos. Maybe threes if you look at it, but twos are good enough. Then the arms go out a little bit more. I think they need to be threes. So I am going to use my favorite tool. And just 3 it. I know I do have the angles .ping, but I haven't been getting as much use out of it as I thought, but it's good to reference. Okay, let me just turn off the body for a second. Oop. Back to it. Now then, for elbow. So I always have a problem with the elbow. I think I'm going to try a little something today. Maybe. Because the thought I'm having is... the main issue with the elbow is that, like, it turns up here, and we get a little spike of this down here. So if we just, like, overemphasize this area to be part of the elbow and just, like, cut this chunk out, we won't have that issue as long as we perfectly hinge on this part. So this comes up, there's nothing behind it because we've gone that out. And like any up or down is based on this, so we have to have a little extra coming up here. Possibly. I say. Anyways. The lower can go at 2s. So, elbow hinge right there. Go into here. These can overlap. Well, no, actually they... Can they or can't they? They can. And then we just cut out an edge of that. That'll be our hinge. Then we carry on our wayward soul at 2s. A little past the no-no square. Rectangle in this case. Oh, I committed too early. Oh no, mistakes were made. I should be down about here. Probably more I'm screwing up something, but I'm always screwing up something. And what I am going to do is just grab this. Oh, wait. Where'd you come from? I'm going to turn this off because I'm going to doing something a little odd. Oh, one layer. There we go. Now then, grab this. Extend you out. Grab this. Extend you out. That's 3. 1, whoops. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Fill you in, and then figure out where it's supposed to be. About. So, here, cut in half here. Really, we're doing it that way. The primordial paunch. Okay. This looks about right. I could go a little further down, but yeah. Munchkin, short limbs. Left lower arm. Do it like that. Cut that out. One, two. 1, 2. Wait, that's the wrong way. It's 1, 2. 1, 2. This I can mirror. Let's go down here. Actually, I have some stubby figures. Oh no. Oh no, she has painted nails. Crap. Unfortunate. More work for me. The hours it'll take painting those nails. Do I have a hole in this? I do. Where's the hole? Oh, the hole is I didn't... Okay. There we go. Nope. We want to flip this as well. Really? There we go. Now we can turn this back on. I am batting 1,000 today. Okay, let's turn this on, just see if everything kind of gels. Should probably put a little more musculature on this because she has some, so do that. Just enough to define it. Pixels, I have to define it slightly more or else it doesn't, like, register. It just looks like an error. And this will help with elbow right here. Probably going to have to cut it down because that looks not conductive. Grab here. Cut down or extend out. Only choices. Okay. Noodle arms up here. Looks a little off. These might be a little long. So it's a little hard to tell because I'm not working at my proper 6 proportions. So I say right about here. So let's just move these up. That's good enough. Turn this off. Thank you for your service. You're sent to the void. Copy, paste, flip. Turn it back on. Get back here. Have that chair. Then we have wrists and all that fun stuff. So let's get to it. What color today? We'll go with this. Okay. So her hands, we can pretty much 2 down here. Okay, so here to here. What are you? Though her fingers are a little on the short end. 10, let's go with 8. So that was 6. That was 3. Good enough. Go 10 for these ones. Yeah, 10, 9. Close enough. so. You get that. And the rest of these kind of disappear behind the main hand, so I can just do that, and I can call it a day, because you don't see them. You aren't going to see them at this resolution either. Alright. So we got the main parts down. Now for how is it going to work? Tail base. Tail has to come from somewhere. We're going to put this at the top, I guess, because otherwise I'm not seeing anything. Actually, we can check exactly where the tail comes from. Oh, nope, I guess we don't have the little circle. It's a little below her waist. Right about here. Tail segment, segment 1. All these have to do, like, these won't be seen, but they'll play into how this thing moves. And if they get far enough to the edge, they might be, so I still have to try and do something. Two. This is where it starts being seen. It being offset. Boom. Okay. Are we going to say that that is the bottom of it? No, we are not. Tail segment 3. Little in uncharted territory. Like, Achi's tails were very much... You see a lot of them. And they're very distinct. This is like how do I do this? Actually, how far does her tail go down? It goes down to almost her knees. So I guess that would be that. So, all things equal, fully out would be something... like this. So I just need to get down to a point where this covers up in a sane manner, and I'll fix it in the middle. But I think the transition's going to kill me. It's like this still fails like when it moves this way. I mean, these would be moving too, so would it fail that hard? Yeah, it's a very different one. Like, those were segmented and you always knew the length. These are, this is fluffy tail. So, on to thought 2. Segments are the idea, but I don't think they're like this. Actually, I'm going to get up for a second. I'll be right back. Get up and get a drink yourself. Blah. Okay. So, how they would normally do this? At the very least, on an actual model, you would have not drawn to that. You would have this, and then behind it, as the rest of it, another layer that would just be this, and you deform the heck out of it. Why can't I do that here? Mostly because this part would be deforming to heck and back. Now the question is, do I really care? Does anyone really care that the tail is deforming like this? That's a real question. It's like I would say there might be two textures here, and that this is cut down like this. Then maybe it's shrunk back, hidden, who knows. And then it does a flip somewhere in the middle here. Then it comes out on the other side. And this part is just like going like this and staying the same directionality. Actually, let me just watch again. Still have it up, right? I still have it up. Yeah. The back of the tail is in flipping directionality. Do I have a shot of her? Okay. The tail isn't going down that far on her body. Like, you don't see it between her thighs. Like you would expect from this. Like, this is saying the tail goes all the way down here. But it's more like the tail's moved all the way up here. So there's a little discrepancy between this and the model. But this is probably the correct shape of it, and they just moved it up here and have it way back and forth. So I'm taking too much work into what's actually being used here. But how would I solve it for my own perverse reasons of trying to figure this out? You know, maybe. Maybe we can just get away with this rotating and not deforming. And then having that other tail just go slide back and forth on the back, as well as, you know, deforming a little at the top, because you need a little bit of deformation. So, oops. Let's have it go like this. Yeah. I might as well show what I'm seeing. Let's get a full of the tail, like, just at its apex. So this is coming from her stream of debuting this, because this is where they show off the model the most, because, you know, they'll never use half the toggles again. Such is life. No, I shouldn't say that. They use the toggles for thumbnails. So as you can see, that is not as deep down as that. Though, I can understand why they did this, because you know, you show off the full tail in the ref sheet. But on the actual usage of the model, that has been moved all the way up here. I mean, it's a legit thing. I've seen a few VTubers talk about, like, I wish I got a few more toggles, because all the thumbs with my model in it that I don't find fan art for is me making two faces. You get them in case you need them. You don't get them because you have to need them. Okay, and this is going to be reversed later. I'll make it green to stand out. We'll give it a little bit of directionality. First, we need to do that. And then it goes... how high up? Give me a minute. I just need to get to any part where her head's in frame. Okay, it basically brushes past the top of her hat. Like somewhere up here. That's a lot of tail. And I need to keep it a little bit upright because, as I said before, while I am giving it some directionality, I am not putting it completely on its side. I want it to be at kind of its apex. And also I need to add the fluffiness to the sides. Oh, there's a hole. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Okay, what's the shape of her tail? So we have that big chunk over here. Kind of just slap that in. Whoops. I'm on the wrong layer. Abort. Abort. All is lost. Okay, we fixed it. Okay, so this needs to go out a decent ways here. And then this is going to tilt a little bit. Won't be exactly 1-to-1, but it's a pixel model. What do I expect? I expect to get it completely correct because I go for accuracy for no apparent reason. Okay. And a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Okay. We just need to get that one other bit of fluff. Blah. I don't know if I'll be able to do a full thing today. As I said, I've been a little under the weather all week, hacking up a bunch of stuff. Got a really good night's of sleep from all the cough syrup. But, yeah. So I feel a little bad if I don't 100% this. But it just may not be happening today. Okay, that's a lot of tail. So the idea on this is that this can swing out all the way this way, keeping this tail with it. Then when it swings back this way, this can do the tilt over, tilt back, tilt over. We should get all the effect that we need out of it. However, this should be, you know, like reversed. Okay, before I do the eyes, because otherwise I won't be able to figure out where exactly the head should go and all that. My main issue during like summer is that I just wake up 5 times in the middle of the night for like a minute. Okay. Also, these are going to need to be on their own layer. The markings. And follow under on the same layer as eyes and all that. Or not the same layer, the same warp that I use for moving the head around. Okay. She has very much flat top on her eyes. Otherwise, somewhat round. These kind of go out more than usual, which is interesting. So let's go a little below, because as I said, these feel like they're further down than they should be for the top, to keep them that flat. A judgmental cat stare, let's just say that. So it's flat like this, like eh. This is kind of curved. And this goes all the way out here before it curves. So something like this. like to get one more pixel in there. Means I have to do this. Something like that. Then we'll have to have the eye fold up here, because as I said, this is permanently kind of stretch. Permanently down. To give you a judgmental stare. Okay. Yeah, we need to get hair in there so I can get this right. So this is probably going to be simplified into one piece. Do we have color pick? We have color pick. Let me just kind of smash into where I would put it. 60, 20. Yeah, that's about the right color. Okay. So the part is slightly to the right, though for the most part, this matches until here. Which is above, like, the midway where that should be. Okay. This goes up. Oh, I said these two are probably going to be simplified. The main thing I would say in here is that this hair, this different coloration coming down, that needs to be kept intact. The rest of this can be a little off, and I don't think it'll matter. And this can round up. Something like so. And then we have these little bits that come out here. And then we'll just put extra outline on that to make sure it all looks nice. Sure. Okay. Front, side. And then we have hair vents. So this is going to come back below where the hair vent side locks are going to come from. And that comes right below where her eyebrows would be. Okay. There we go. Then we're going to get a hair cap. Does it have the little... I guess I can look at this one. Yeah, it has the part going on. So I said it's going to be a little higher than it actually should be. So if we emphasize the part more, it should be good. And a little less than that. That's a little much. There we go. Let's get the mouth on there at the very least. New group. Eye group. Eye white. Head group. Okay, cool. Mouth closed neutral. I think I might also... Just a little surprise there. Oh, exactly the same over there. So we do have a bit of a moe fang. I'm going to, once again, jump back into one of her B is just to see what her mouth looks like closed. If I can find it. She's going to be talking a lot. Might need to find a proper video where she can concentrate for like half a minute. Oh yeah, she has a... I was going to say she has a tongue toggle, but I can't tell. Because the Ebby was there. The shrimp. It kind of looks like a tongue toggle. Okay, just from the looks of it, it is very much just, you know, :3. Now, what I was saying is that I think I'm going to try to keep like what I have for like the neutral mouth, and the wide is just going to be stretching it out and down more. And that's more of the standard rigging. And then frowning, you know, is I'm just going to go straight almond mouth, but yeah. Today is a day. I will get this done though. I mean, what else am I going to do? Sleep more? Maybe drop this down another shade. Yeah, that stands out more. Because yeah, her opening her mouth just like, it goes way out there. It goes straight to this. But on close, it's a lot smaller. So, we'll have to see. Anyways, where was I? Ah yeah, cat ears. Very important. Now the ears are the same color as her hair. I'm going to drop this down like 2. Just for the inside, I'm going to rim color it just so I can actually tell. They're a lot rounder than most others. Technically behind the hair vents, which is something. Okay, anyways. Ooh, let me change that background for a second. Properties, preferences, that's what it is. Background. Boop. There. And it's just a little bit higher. Still going to have it have a peak like that. That'll be good for the start of the back. Left cat ear front. As I said, I need to also have this go like back enough. Oh wait, mistakes were made. Something of this nature. Looks right, but feels wrong because it's not the typical cat ears. Okay, this will go straight down like that. And left ear fluff. A little darker than white because the ear fluff, it's in the ear. Is it more cotton? No, it's spiky. Don't think it goes up that high. Yeah, it doesn't. Let's just scooch this down a bit. Say that's going back like that. Pull that back one. Pull this back one. Animal ear fluff. Cool. I can't do that. Why can't I do that? Because this. Like, I want to have a pixel or two of it going this way. I only have a pixel. That makes it too obvious. I could possibly squish this down as it goes over so I can effectively get 2 pixels as it moves, but... yeah, I say... really, what I need for more parallax is to dice this up. So that, like... this part right here. Whoops. Delete that. You know what? Invert. What the heck is going on? What? There we go. On the wrong layer, that's why. Okay, boop. And then on this one, anything from that down goes away. On this one, anything from this up goes away. And we're going to add an extra pixel to this so that we don't have the problems. Because we'll have overlap. So this can move over. There we go. This can move over like a pixel. Then maybe I could have the tip move over a pixel. Is this going too far? I think it's going too far. Abort. I don't have the bandwidth today to actually think through all this. Okay, boop boom. Could start getting into details. I'll save that for last. I have a heck of a time going through the rest of her outfit, because for one thing, it's not symmetrical. Shocker. So let's just get the hair done, and then I'll move back down to the body. Oh, this is the front of the cat ears. Very much a hair vent. Okay, that's in the middle. So this is really high up here. I might have to push the hair cap up a little bit. And then let's go with red. Then the rest of this comes down all the way to her mouth. Down here somewhere. Okay, I think I might have to. What the heck was that? To the void. Thank you for your service. Move that over a little bit. It could be a little squish. It doesn't have to be exact. So I'm going to keep that for now. I just need to figure out how to best get that, it might be good enough. Then this comes down like this. Cool. Okay. Now back to figuring out the rest of this. Does this touch the corner of her eyes? No, kind of does. So let's just have it do that. And then we have, these are pretty much the same shape, just one was moved down. Let's get the top one, which ends about here. Then we duplicate this. That other one ends about the top of her eyes, so that works out. Trying to think if there's going to be an issue with doing it like this, but given that the warps are going to just XY are going to width height based on everything in here, and these are effectively matching up and just extending the width, it'll be fine. Nope, turn that off for a second. Looks a little unbalanced. That's what it is. One, two, one. Or two. And then what is it? 2, 2, 1s? 2, 2, 1. Okay, they're matched up. All right. Bleh. Let I say. So. Mm-hmm. Colon 3. Okay. Let's just finish up this bit. Then we can work on back of hair. Okay. So yeah, looks like she has... I'd have to double check this. I see it every once in a while. Like a very recent one that I see that it pops out to me is Ponko with her new outfit. Is where they have a big mass of hair behind everything. And it doesn't quite... Like, you have your face mask here. You have your mid... Like for the rest of this here, so you can have a little bit of parallax. You just, you know, move this to the left, move this to the right. Then you have a big mass that is the back hair that they never seem to quite warp in it correctly to my eyes, but I guess nobody else sees it. Eyes of cursed eyes of rigging, I guess. I think that's what we're having here. I mean, I can watch a little bit and see if anything pops out to me, because I just need to watch her bob around for like a minute. Yeah, it is that setup. They, the twin tails are put behind that. And it looks like they are deforming it to the side of the head, so good on that part. So I've seen sometimes where they don't do anything. Like Anya's second outfit from Hololive ID very much had a face mask that kind of didn't interact with the rest of the head. I could clip a video and like go over what I'm seeing. Actually, excuse me for a minute. I will be right back. No, no, I knew it going in. It's like after I learned just a bit of 3D modeling, I noticed the tricks. And it will haunt me forever. Okay, I don't think she has two, So the twin tails are going to be behind the main hair mass behind her. And that's going to include, like, this little chunk here. That's all the same thing. This might be separate on her model. I'm not sure. I would have to watch for, like, 5 more minutes. But I'm going to have it be separate on mine so I can have it wiggle a little differently than the rest of it. So, let's get to it. Hair back side. It's just a thing that happens if you actually, like, go deep into things. This is why, like, a lot of people, like, it loses all the mystery and mystique, and that's why people don't want to learn about what's actually going on. Which I guess is, like, I can understand it. Like, once you get good at the game, you can't enjoy it as much because you know, like, when you're playing it wrong or when other people are playing it wrong or yada yada. You could go on like, oh, but the deeper meaning and all that. It's like, but does it work for you anymore? The answer is, for a lot of people, no. I think I'm going to have that be a separate thing. Is it a separate thing? It's a separate thing. That is actually, I think... Looks like it's free-floating compared to the rest of them. Yeah, it has its own slight physics on there, so... This will be a separate one that will probably be on the front layer, so I'll have to add it there. So anyways, back to this. So this comes down and gives her a bit of her head. Go whoop. I'm gonna emphasize it a little bit more. So I don't have the room to work with to get it all in here. Okay, and back of head back. All right. This will come down and this will go up. And then we'll just, yeah, we'll sawtooth it like that. And I should probably actually have it go out that much. Let's not have it go all the way out there, but that's good enough. And now for the twin tails. Let's, I suppose, can go here. I forgot, I can't remember her name right now, but it was someone I caught live streaming her make her own model. I don't think she does it that often, which is why I don't catch her. And also, you know, times. She said there's nothing good about keeping like the same layer unconnected, but somehow I avoid all the problems she has. Possibly a different rigging process. Somewhere up here. So let's have this to begin with. And then have the little bunches go out like that. something like so. Do we need anything more back there? Ah, we need to have this little... Do we have it for our cap? Yep. It is a mirror of both sides. So we need to have this little cowlick come up here. Cool. That's going to have a problem, isn't it? Going to cut right through that. I'll probably put the outline on there. Anyways. I think I need to bring this up. Worthy attempt, but don't think it works. And as I said, I think we need to add... a little bit of side lock here. Need to look without the shrimp. It goes down to her shoulders. And we have it do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. How sharp do we make it? Not too sharp. He is a very soft cat girl. The tail is extra floofy. Of course she's soft. Voomp. I'm going to have it tilt up like that because it doesn't look quite right otherwise. Okay. Well, she looks smug, so that's good. Okay. What should be the next step? I'm going to make this pink for a second, so that I can actually get her bikini on her. She has a little. She's not flat. I'm going to do my best to not try and buff her. Okay. How am I going to do this? Rib. Why do it at all? Let the middle body take care of the problems. Why, yes, script. That sounds good. Ah ha ha. So, as you can see blatantly what I'm doing is that I'm removing everything that shouldn't wiggle and moving it all to the middle layer to not wiggle and jiggle. And then... do we have a color for this? It's not as deep as red as this. So that's a standout. It's more to the orangish territory. I'm just going to steal this. Round that down to 60. Let's round this up to 75. Maybe 70 is fine. this is fine. Okay. Now the question, well, I could do the straps as a separate layer to kind of have them move around a little bit. And then have its the collarbone be its own layer, to have it parallax slightly. I don't think I'll have that deep a tilts to really need to care that much, but I need to think of it. Okay. Come up to here. Oop. And then we have this go across as a 2. Perfect. I eat my cake and have it. Tiny as heck. Okay. Now I don't have to stripe up there, but I need to get 3 stripes in down here, and they aren't exactly level. Okay, let's move them up one more. Something like this. Something like this. Something like this. Little too much. And then we put one down here, and that should be good enough. Cool. Let's look around the other half of the equation. Tiny as heck. So we got 3 stripes on there. Cool. And it's barely there. Anyways. Caution tape. So this is a 1 rise, okay. Like, that's probably still too much. And then they go out. Here. Oh, that needs to be blue. Like no bow or anything? No. The bows are over here. Let's push this over. Cool, I think that works. Grab the slightly darker white, and we need to get 3 in here. I think the bottom was white. Yes. Was it 3? 3. Okay, cool. YouTube, forgive me. Okay. So we got that in. We'll get there later. Okay, I think that's working out. Let's get some outlines in here. Let's fix some outlines. This is going to be an odd one. But I would like to select the thing I'm trying to select. Nothing more, nothing less. Boom. I think this should take over this, actually, to be honest. And we'll just cut it right there. Cool. Cool. Still have to put clothing on here. Forbidden. Oh no, she has toenail polish down here. Pain Pico. So if I do this in twos, do I have enough room for all the toes? But modify this a little bit, sure. Let's do that. There's a mole there too. What color is the polish? I guess there isn't any there. It's on the fingers. That's sort of pink. I think I'll do the same just so I don't have to try and put an outline down here. Let's kind of make it a reddish pink. Nice rose. Snap that to 80. Snap this to 60. I say. Okay. turn the hand off for a second. Because this is below here, I think I can get away with just like doubling up just in case anything shows it's not the wrong color. I think I am just going to blend this a little more. No anime girls stick arms, and she'll even call herself having noodle arms, but still. Cute. Wait, what was going on there? Go away. Changing up the form a little bit. They'll be fine. Okay, good enough. Now where's the navel go? Something like that. Ugh. We'll fix that in a second. Let's get a shirt on her. Sailor top body. So that's quite a red. So I just need to get this down here. I don't even need to really worry about the back, because it's so behind her. But I think getting this part on here, yeah, should be fine. Whoops, I need to turn that off. Oop. And we have this on. We have this on. It's right above where her chest is. So, like, right here. fix that later. This needs to go out to here. I'll put the color on top in a bit, but I just need to make sure I have the outline done. Actually, it's probably best to put the color on its own layer. So this should be like 1 pixel out from here so we don't have any overlap. The chesticle. That said, this part should be mirrored. And then this other one just kind of... Oops. This goes out here now. If I am just going to do it with the collar, I'll draw that in its own thing. This goes down to like right above belly. But take an extra pixel off here. Oh no, I didn't copy it. Whatever shall I do? Golden. Sailor top collar. Now I said that this has to be deeper than that one, so a cheap way to do that, just, you know, like take it, drop it down. Is that too deep of a red? I think it's too deep of a red. I think that's good. And this goes back. Right here. Let me turn this. Oh, it is on. Okay. Cool. I think that works. Now this comes up like one here. Then just goes all the way over. I might need a little bit of back over here. Not sure. Same like up here. If I do it like at 1 pixel, does it matter? Not really. The issue is like I might not be able to have her arms move out that much, but if I have them go in, because I don't think she's like raise arms type. As I said, I want her to wiggle and like have this whole like her head goes down, the body like slips down, like no cringe reaction, because she kind of does that a bit. And the one verbal tick. Like legitimate anime girl verbal tick. Okay. What do we call this? An ascot? I'm just going to call it a necktie. Oh, so did we drop the color? We dropped the color, at least for the inside of this, so I hit the wrong button. 30. 70. I think I might give this one more red pixel so we don't have stupid overlap. Yeah, this can be the same color as this. You can go back to actually caring about symmetry. Then we do this little symbol, which is a motif on there. I don't know how much we'll get of it. I can't quite get this without making it larger. She'll be good enough. I say. Very I say. It's mostly because I don't have, you know, an odd number in the middle. Which I won't be adding. Okay. So this comes out to here. Out to here. Probably a little less. It's pixel art. It doesn't have to be exact. Okay. And then we need to have some white outline here. Simple. Might only get one. Okay, and we have contiguous on here so that I can select all of it, and then I can go darker than dark. There we go. No, I should have the top and bottoms toggleable because, you know, just bikini bottom and top is not bad of an outfit choice. Whoops. Oh, yeah, because it's, yeah. Asymmetrical. Scrib, it's VTuber. You should realize asymmetrical. Okay. Once again, I might just get one white line. I will add this thing in a second. It's a mess. It doesn't have to be exact. It's what he tells himself. And other funny jokes you can say. If I put another one on there, is it going to be too much? No. I don't think so. So, same over here. Turn off side lock for a second. Okay, that works. Now behind all this, chest cover detached. If I want to physics it a little bit, I need to have it behind everything. And the strap, just gonna put here like so. And we'll just do it like that. It'll look nicer. Oh, that was more up there. Okay. There we go. Cool. Now let's outline this. Enough to say that it's there. I guess that's one side. Okay, doesn't need to dip that deep. Pixel art, make it slightly bigger to stand out. You don't get the detail. Resolution scrib. Okay, now we get this up and we put the buttons in. We're going to put the buttons in as rotates because I find it's so much better when the buttons don't rotate, don't deform. Oh, these are on 2s. Okay. I know this is utterly impossible to look at. I apologize for. Oh, yeah, that's part of that. We'll just keep it like that. bottom button. And those are probably yellow. Yep, those are yellow. I'll push them a little more into the orange territory. That tends to work out better because pure yellow just kind of sucks. Oh, we only need 2. Awesome. Chunky buttons. And then I'll just copy paste in a minute. Bottom top right. So the whole purpose behind this is so that they don't deform when like this moves around because they'll just look bad. I'm going with the light coming from the top right as I always do. So what I need here, a bit of that glare, a little higher for this side. And then a little darker for that side, and I'm just going to copy and paste that on top of the other ones. Copy. B, Control, pick that one. Paste. What's going on here? Copy. Paste. There we go. Get into that one. Paste. There we go. Get into that one. Paste. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. They're a little hidden behind there, but hey, as I said before, pixel art. You have to make some things bigger to have them actually read. You lose some other detail. Now, as for this bottom, okay, it's just red. So we can take this red again. Skirt hem. No, that's not hem. That's a skirt waist. I'll have it be a little separated, if only because I'm going to pleat the heck out of this. So I need to have something to hide the pleats under. Okay. Pleat front. Now what's the way to do this economically? The way to do this economically is just to do one. But I think those pleats are, well, let me check the video. Let's go to the video con. I think they're all one layer. I don't want to do that. So we won't. Okay, first off... Oh wait, I grabbed the wrong color, didn't I? No, I grabbed the right color. Inline that. Okay. Once again, I want to say it's like right here. Looks about right. So, just a little past, it's like, if 50% is down there, like the final quarter is past her groin. So, right here. So if that is that, we end here. Don't need to have this on. And we are trying to get 1, 2, 3, 3.5 on each side. So how big are you? $43. 43 divided by 3.5. 12. 12 times 3.5. Yeah. Okay. 12, and it's practically vertical, which I don't like because it doesn't tilt right. So I'm going to have it go like 1 over. Then we have the outline. Oh, those are lighter. I'm going to have these be 2 lighter, so this is going to be 60. This can be like 75. Trying a little something I learned where I was watching a little more color theory, and the thought is your middle color should be the most saturated your color gets. Which I can follow that. Usually I do saturate as it gets lighter, because that just tends to work for me. But for like really light colors, I don't have the room to go off the end. So it would make sense to like drop it by 5s, increase this to 60 to get this. Or drop this by 10 and drop this by 10 to get this. And it still works. The increase it by 10 on both sides also works in my eyes. But if I don't have the room to go off the edge, I might as well go down. That's what I'm saying. And this is a case where it's like it's too saturated. And if I pump this up by 20s, it's not going to work out. Okay. The reason why I also want to go up by 10s is that I can have a shade here that is not the shade that's down there. Okay, so now that I got that, duplicate. Front left. Or no. Left pleat. Middle. Left pleat 1. We get to move this over. Move this up. Move this up. Duplicate. Left pleat 2. We get to move this over. And we get to move it up. Now here's where I knew there was going to be a problem, because this is 3. Let's just extend it. Let's just cut to the chase and extend these out. In a perfect world, it'd be just this, but it's not. So I'm going to just add a couple more. 1. Really? You're serious? There we go. 1, 2, 3. That should be good enough. Duplicate. left pleat 1. So I want to have 8, so I need to have like half of it not work. Or back here. So that one's going to be fine. The next one I'm going to pull in just a little bit. The next one I'm going to pull in by half. Okay. I'm going to bring this in. And I'm going to duplicate this. And I should be able to flip these and not have an issue. Anyways, this sucker comes out. This sucker gets halved vertically. So vertical by 2. And then we're going to have to just sort of stretch him to fit. Which is easily done by just, you know, grabbing this. Going like that. Grabbing this. Whoops. Final stretch. I'm going to turn this off so I can fix all the sins. There's a lot of them on this one. Just the nature of trying to fit these in. Turn this off for a second. That looks swallowable. Okay. So, new group. Left pleat. Duplicate. Please just let me... There we go. Right pleat. All we need to do... There we go. Then we rename these. That works all right. I think we need to just a little more. There we go. Now it stands out. Anything more on the basic? We need to have this frilly section down here, which I don't need to add too much detail, though I might need to add a mask to both the thighs and the tights. Okay, so beneath both of these, Inner skirt. We just need to scallop edges all the way across. There's nothing deep here. Even make sure that it doesn't go outside, because technically it's all within the skirt. You know what? There we go. Cool. Now then we will call this skirt group. Does this have the thing over there? I think I'll add it. It's on the left side. Because it's typically meant to be done by right-handed people, so... The cinch on here... Whoops. I had that turned on. So how you put a skirt on is that it has to go above your hips, and that... There's a little V here, if this were laid flat, and there's a hook in here and a hook over here. And pulling together, well, just makes it smaller than the rest of this. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I almost went, I need to, you know, shorten this more. It's like, no. No, you don't. The real one doesn't even bother. Okay, so I suppose I should make the shade and tights version of this. So let me turn off skirt group. Duplicate. First off, can I just do it in a step 5? Will be good. 85. 95. I think that can work. And we don't need to mess with this, but we do know that it's actually doing something. Okay. We don't need to do shade for down here. Though I do need to add... Okay, one second. Need to add the lines here. So I'm going to delete this one. We'll get back to it in a minute. We can mirror this again. Okay, now I'll get the red, drop it down a shade. We're just going to do the bottom of this. Technically, as I was saying before, this is lower than where your eye line is, and the only way you'd have some shading on something that should be thin is the shadow cast. Okay, now we can duplicate this. Now we can take this color, go boop, boop. Take these and drop them by a fifth, or by 5. So 55, 55. Boop. $95. Boop. Not that it makes much of a difference. Okay. Okay, back down here. Now then, we need to duplicate this. Left upper leg tights. Do we have a proper color for this? I'll just say double 30. Double 30 at 0. And then we'll drop this down to 20. 20. Boop. If I want to, I could put a little bit of shading around the edges, but we'll see if I feel like it in a minute. Duplicate this. Lower left leg. Tights. Cool. I don't think I'm going to bother with feet. Should I bother with feet? How would that even work? How much time is it going to add? Speaking of time, I think I want to stand up for a minute. I want to get a little something to eat made. I'll be right back. Well, I think about this, because the thought is, I also should probably put tights on here too. If I have tights on there, I might as well have tights on feet. That will just be another toggle to toggle on and off tights. I say. Alright, I'll be right back. Well, when's anything a focus for me? Do. All right, then. Actually, give me a second to clean up. Okay, should be good. Now then. And you know, why not? It's only going to be a simple color swap. Yeah, it's like twice. But it's the principle of the thing. That's twice as much textures. More toggle work. Okay, now for this. We're going to dump the saturation. I'm back because I don't think this works as well as I wanted to. Oh, wait. To the void, thank you for your service. This is mirrored. Okay, cool. Something like that. I think I'm going to just do it for that one side. Break this in just one more. Cool, we get a little bit of the ankle, but yeah, okay. Get that. Left foot, toe, tight. Boop. Boop. Let's go a little more accurate. What luminosity of that is 30? Okay, so we take this. Drag it down to 30. We drag this down to like 40. Maybe a little brighter. 40. Cool. Now let's actually put some shoes on her. So first off, I don't know what you call this part of the shoe, where it's like basically up here. Shoe left, shoe. I guess we'll just call it top. Okay, that's a yellow. It's kind of a gold yellow. So we could probably reuse something from this. Okay, cool. $45, $70. You know what? Just to finish this up. It doesn't need to be full because it's going to be covering up everything and basically being the same thing. Anyways, so this is like at 30. Like at 60. Let's bring down to 30. Drop this to like 50. Blinding. Down to like 50. I am going to introduce a little bit of saturation, like 30 of this. What are you at? You're at a hue of 0? Yeah, that's fine. Tights. Now I gotta make sure the skirt works. Skirt's fine. I'm sure there's a lot more stuff in there. So I think technically there should be like, you know, a seam that goes across there because that's how they make it. In order to get the leggings, they basically make shorts, and then there's like all the rest of that, but that's beyond me. Okay, anyway, shoes. Cover up the grippers. It's more bunny than kitty. Anyways. Ink that by 10. No real back on them, so I think this is fine. Okay, toes. Toes start down there. So I can just go like this. And call it a day. Okay, then we need the ears on this. Okay, let's just go with this color. Perfect. Okay. Now let's outline this. By that I mean inline it. So that should go away. That should also probably go away. Oh, that was on the toe? Okay, let's put a half shade in here for giggles. Just enough to say that the shoe's curved. Okay. Put her skirt back on. Scandalous. Now we're going to have two shades on here. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to call it lower leg skirt shade. I'm going to drag it down a little bit. We're going to grab everything in the middle here. Then we're going to stretch it up. We're going to make it all green. Whoops. There we go. Might as well just do it all the way up here. Then we also want inner leg shade, which is just literally going to be like so. I don't know if I'll have the legs going as much as I usually do, because I think the meat of this would be like the head movement and all that. Okay, let's get sleeves in, and then I can start working on head again, which I usually enjoy, and get the tail to actually be the proper colors. Also get all the moles in. What does the checklist look like? Proper ears, proper tail, asymmetrical top, almost done. Anchor and fish hair pieces, whisker hair pieces, armband, waist piece, bobber leg piece, moles. So there's more to do. Let's get the arms done though. Also, she's wearing gloves. Okay, left upper sleeve. I can't spell. I don't think there's much about it. Oh, we got a little bow on there. Just a little bit back there. And I'm doing the same thing I did before, where I leave this chunk be filled in by the lower sleeve. Probably I'm going to have a little bit of a thing on. Also, so that is a piece of it. Going to have this line here. I'm going to clean this up slightly. I'm going to fix this up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. I forgot that's a thing. Okay. Oh well, I guess we're going to be working on it like this. Am I actually putting down something? Yeah, I am. I'm just going to color it afterwards because I can't tell if I'm actually hitting anything anymore. Okay. G, turn that off. Boop. Then what the heck is going on? Okay. There we go. Just a bit of madness. Okay. And then we have to bring this down here because the sleeve's been pulled down. Cat can't put on clothing right, it seems. Bring this down here and go boop, boom. I think we just need to drop 1 pixel there. Okay. Now onto the sleeves, which I said I'm going to make them a bit puffy because they have to go out. Let's get on this layer. Just so I could see something for once. So it's going to puff out. That side's going to also creep up to do that. Then it's going to go out here and then in. Out here, in. Cinch up there. Okay. Grab the red. And put the, this needs to be like at least this thick. We have to put 2 white stripes on it. That requires a little bit of clearance. I think I'm going to just ease off back there, and that'll do it for me. I think this needs to be a little more subtle. Okay, cool. Just bring this up like 1. I could put like half tones in here. Might as well on here. Something of that nature. And of course, room. There we go. Okay. Turn this on. I think maybe I just need to shave this off. It's going out too far. Okay. Now then, try to get those hands in, and then I get to put gloves on the hands. Because they are in gloves. Kick, bop, bop, bop. Good enough. Let's grab the red. Yep, we're on the right layer. Cool. Okay. think that works. What's next on this list? Probably this little thing. Well, no gloves. Close. Got a glover. New layer. Left hand glove. Gloves, the tights of the hand. Oh, I didn't duplicate it. That's why. Okay. Actually, let's do this right. Let's drop this by 5. Drop this to 20. That can be darker than black. Cool. There we go. Now for this little thingy. How to best cheap this? Okay, make sure the lifesaver has the proper colors on it. Use blue just for now. Cool. Now squish that cat. Exaggerate the tilt a little bit. Kind of got it. Maybe move this one more pixel over. I think we're good. Or at least good enough. Better than bad, it's good. Okay, now I actually make this red now. Okay, and then we do a half shade in the middle. Less there. There. More here. Okay, cool. Also a heart. This cute girl stuff. Okay. Like so. I don't know what to call this. Flotation container? This little square around it. It's a little too much red, so I'm going to use the lighter shade. Just so I have something. I don't think I'm going to go all the way back for that. I'm going to have it slightly disappear under here because just don't want to fight it too much. Let's steal this brown. Just because I don't have enough room to really perspectivist this the best. Just going to say it's a little off to the side. Okay. Skirt rope. Now I'm going to make this a little darker so that it doesn't conflict with the other one. So I'm going to drop this down by 15. So 55. 20. I think I might have to play with it more. Well, they don't actually interfere with each other, so I might be able to get away. Well, right here they do. I'm going to bump this up one. Okay. Re-grab this. Okay, cool. I think that works. Now I need to drop the color by 1 so that I can give a bottom line to it because this is only too thick and giving a proper outline is silly. Something like that. Sorry for being quiet, just intense concentration on silliness of rope. Okay, this looks a little... good enough. Okay. That is done. Speaking of which, I should also put an outline on that. Let's get that done while I'm thinking about it. Cool. 50. You also have to put in the collarbone. Also have to fix up this once. Cool. All right. I think I want to do this. think these need to be a little more out. That'll solve it. Okay. When did I turn that off? Oh well, whatever. Okay, 1, 2. Intense concentration on kneecaps. Okay. I think that was 2. Nope, I got it. Might be a little awkward, but it's fine. I'll live. Alright. The little bobber on the right thigh. So we can turn this off. It's got to be above. I didn't have shade on these. Oh no. Anyway, drop this to 25. 25. Oop. There we go. Shade. Then right leg bobber. Strap. So I don't think this will move a lot. Intense concentration on fake pearls. Okay, it's like that, and then we have the bobber. Oh. I cannot do this right. Okay, bobber, chain. Going to be like a few down. This is actually, I guess this has to be above everything. Okay. There we go. How far down does it go? Right onto knee. Bobber. And the other side's going to be red. Hey, and there's like a cat on there. I don't know if I'll be able to get it. Let's see. Japanese emoji. There's a specific name. Alas, I don't know it. He's just going to be on there a little bit. Okay, now to actually make this work. So these are all supposed to be individual round things. Okay. Just enough to hint that they're supposed to be like pearl type objects. There we go. Okay, bobber done. The armband for the right arm. Oh yeah, I have to get the bows and stuff. And the ribbons. I almost forgot the ribbons. Oh no. Okay. Now then. It looks a little too much crosshair. Hmm. Oh well. I have tried. He gets the pinwheel. I mean, I could also try anti-aliasing the heck out of this. It kinda does it. Anyways. Real small detail. Now for another one to screw up. Also, I think I'm going to have to just extend this to, like, be the whole thing. Good enough. We are not fixing that. Okay. Okay, so we got arm sleeve. Kind of. Now what I should do before I dive into anything else, get all the moles in. Very important. So... Okay, let's start from chest up. $75, $75. there's one hidden under the shrimp, I'll scream. Yeah, belly. Nope. I need to make the bows. I'll get there. I'm off on that. Yep, I'm off. The important details, yes. If you might as well... Oh, I need to get it on the shade side too. I should just flip all these. I'm already made my choice. Because I'm going to have to get it on the shade ones. I don't know what the heck I hit there. I hit 3 and decided to just do whatever I wanted to. Okay, so on the shade... Actually... Duplicate. Okay, turn this off. Duplicate this. Call it shade. Bring this down. Turn it on. Pick all the dang colors. $30, $65. Okay, that can go away. Duplicate left upper leg shade, or no, tights. Oh, it wasn't continuous. Awesome. I love that. Great. Okay. There we go. Now we turn this on. Or no, we duplicate this. There we go. Now we duplicate this. Left upper tights. Get rid of this one. And we just take the colors across. So I can quit hunting and pecking all day. And then we duplicate this again. Get rid of this one. And then we bring down the shade color. Because I was never messing with the outline. Okay, that's it. I need to be right back. Give me a minute. Just one more minute. All right then. Bop. Okay. So I have all the moles. I have all the moles across all the shading, because haha. Whoops. So, anyways, oh yeah, I need to do. Honestly, probably easier just to add them on this one, because it's like one. There, right in the corner. There we go. Oh yeah, duplicate. Body lower tight shade. And then we also have there we go. I think I don't need to care about that. Because it's never going to be shaded. That's only by the skirt being on. I guess we drop this a shade. Okay. I think we got all that mess taken care of. Sleeves. Let's get those turned on. Okay, so I think we're on to tail and the rest of it. So let's bring the tail group back up to front. Just so I can have the right color in the back. Tail the same color as our hair. Yes, so I should just use the same logic I generally do with back hair. Let's drop this 3. Like 15 down here. Don't need to care about that one. Drop this like 2. Begin with. Okay. Okay, so that is this. Let's drop it by 10. Doing it like a shade below so that it's readable when it's going past the back of her head. This will always be in front. So let's just do... It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be passable. Oh, wait, wrong way. And we still need to do the stripe in there. Oh, no, the paint tip. That's what it is. Okay. So what I am going to do... How much of it? Like the top 2/5. And that's going to a very diminutive white. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, I say. And just cleaning this up. Not much to say. Okay. Hopefully this works, because that was a lot of waste of time. Probably won't work. Have to see, though. Doesn't look too bad. Okay, what's on the checklist? So we got tail. We need the whisker hair pieces, of course. Asymmetrical top, that's done. Armband. We got the moles in at great cost to ourselves. Whisker hair piece. It's a dark one, so let's go with that. There we go. Of course I don't have it mirrored. Blah. Blah, I say. Fish. Probably once again reuse these colors. Now let me actually get some outline to this hair vent. Okay, cool. That part's not so cool. But it's fixable. Now then. Fish hair. Wait, I'm not mirroring. Not mirroring. Turn this on for a second so that I can do a little this. Anyways. Ugh, stretch. Okay, so I want to get this color again. I'm going to be right at her eyebrow level, which is a decent way up. Whoops. Make it a little bigger so that it can actually be red. Dropping this down one shade. Let's see if we can't get some of the things in here. I think we might just only be getting the fin though. And then anchor. Okay. I guess I won't be... I don't think I'll be able to get it to look right, so... At the very least... Make it look sharp on the edges. It's at an odd angle that doesn't make it great for being pixeled. That's what a lot of this is coming down to. What happens if we just drop that middle part? Pull this in one, maybe? That might be the best I'm getting, and I still don't quite like it. Okay. Let's try this again. Here, down to here. Here, over here. It's a better looking shape overall. So, happy with that. Might be the best we're getting. Going to squish this in a little bit so we can at least get a ring on it. No, this needs to be bigger in the back. Boop. I think if I just push this out a little more. Okay, I think that's really going to be the best I get it. Oh well, that's just life. Okay, so what's on the list? All the extra things that I had on my list are done, so now it's just basic stuff again. Okay. I know there's a side lock. There we go. Actually, why isn't that... Oh, that's why. I think that we should have it follow up here a bit, so... If only because I know some of the tilt might do weirdness to it. Okay, and I think this one should be the same color. No, I think this should be a shade, half shade. So 15, 55. And then drop 10 on this. Okay. Stuff back here should be like a 10 drop off this. 5. 45. I think I'll put it down to 40. And then outline it even lower. Oops. I can actually mirror on this. Okay, and then so Okay. And just getting all the outlining in there. All the boring stuff that... What can I say? Click. Oh, that's around there. I also do need to get the lighter shades in there, but one step at a time. Okay. Now on to the other part. I think that should probably be about as light as this. Oh, it actually isn't... Well, it kind of is mirrored. I think they just color filled that. But I will go with it. Okay. All the details. Oh, wait. Awesome. Wrong layer. Okay, good. Take them off. Let's do that again. Okay, where else? Anywhere else on here? So we have a couple strands through the other parts of the hair. So... let's see it. Boop. That. Boop. Cool. That's the same color, so I can go with it. And that's on the inside? Yes. Then we got a single stripe on this one back here. Let's drop 10, 50. Wait, no, it's the other way. It's an increase, not a drop. I realized that it wasn't the same color, actually. Okay, cool. Down here, there's... Oh, there's only one. And we could still use the same color as this. Anything... Oh yeah, the cap. How to do the cap. Still need to do all the face. I haven't done anything on there. I also need to do those. That's it. Almost on 5 hours. I'm going to stand up for a minute. So I will be right back. Stand up yourself, get a drink. What I'm doing. Alright, once more into the breach. So we got all the face stuff left, right? Should I split the ears? Probably. Oh no. Once again. Gotta turn the thing off for a second. Whoops, forgot to turn it back on again. It's not a hard fix, though. No, it's more so that I could put a rotating warp frame underneath them, and then I could flip it over, because otherwise it's a pain to get them both to rotate the same. Ah yeah, the cap. Can't forget the cap. I would if I could, but I don't know how to, like, flip a chunk of a warp mesh over to its mirrored side, because they don't all quite work like that. Oh yeah, I have to have the Hoge in here too. Plenty of stuff left to do. Okay, first off. Know what? We can do this easier. How big does the cap need to be? Cap needs to fit on her head. So something around, like, well, a little smaller because it's cute. So something like this. Okay, we have that. We understand that. Okay. Then we have the white. I'm just cutting it down a little bit, because we're going to have to put the top part of that, this little thing. It's going to be shading everything to heck and back. Cool. Let's get these stripes. They could be down one more. Let me turn off the Nekomimi. And I can probably just chop it off there. Mouse. There we go, mouse. Cord was getting stuck. Where was I? Fixing that. Oop. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's supposed to be covered up by the front ear bits. Did I turn off the vents? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay. Now then, adding the ribbon on the side here. I'll make it a little out here so I can actually see it. Cap, bow. It looks like it has... we could have a front or back. I could just make one and duplicate it. It should be fine. Put that like back here. Okay. Get rid of a little bit of weirdness. Okay, duplicate it. Call it back, capo back. Move it over like 3 pixels, move it down 1 pixel. Force it down a half shade. Something like that. And then we get these little pieces coming up, which can be duplicated, it looks like. At least for our purposes. Oh, I never did color these. Whoops. There we go. Cool. Why is there a hole? Just fill that. Cool. All right, back to here. How far down does it go? Okay, it does go about. Okay, and then double. A little iffy, but oh, that's why it looks weird. And then trying to get this little sucker in, which has been bothering me this entire time. That said, this is at a tilt, so good enough. Okay. Bring you back. Scoot you over, scoot you up like 2. Okay, just turn off. And 95. Oop. Outline. White brought down to 90. Cool, I think that works. Now for the ahoge and the reverse ahoge, because she seemingly has that. So the ahoge behind the vent. The ahoge is between the vent. Who can say the ahoge is behind the event? The vent. And it is, I want to say the normal color. So we have it come out, and in the middle we switch over to the front. Just make this blue for a second. Thin. Then the middle. Okay. Ahoge back, or front. Cool. Okay. I'm going to half shade this other one. Let's bring that down 5, bring it down 5. Okay, that sucker's going to bounce everywhere. So be it. Now for the reverse Sahoge. And that goes all the way down to about here. Oh, boom. Does it flare out a little bit? Just a little bit. Whoop. Anything else missing from this? Giant eyebrows. Left eyebrow. I don't think I even need to outline these ones. Rare instance. Okay, I think this is an instance where I completed everything but the face. And I should also duplicate this. Next shade. Wait, what? What the heck is layer 1? Okay, extra thing I don't need. Oh, I didn't give her her choker yet. Now we duplicate it and give it a shade. We could just make this black. And then we could just drop this down a half. Okay. Ugh. I think I have fit the 30 pounds of character design to the 5-pound bucket. Some things got lost in transition, but I think this will work well enough. The only thing I could think of is segmenting like the tip of the tail so that I could change a little bit, but I'll just distort it. It's good enough. I still need to get the eyes in. I'm going to stand up for a minute, stretch, and check a few things just to make sure nothing came in for me. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see if we can push the last bit of this and get to rigging. So first off, we need to have a nose. That's going to be the hardest part of this. Okay. Got that part done. Can we get the other right? Okay, no, it's done. Since I already got the mouth stuff, I might as well finish it. So getting our 3 emotions in. Brown is going to be, you know, completely, sorry, braining. Chestnut mouth disease. Okay. And basically, as I said, it's just going to be a wider version of this. Mid-mouth. Duplicate that. Full mouth. Start from the bottom. Full neutral. Whoops, wrong thing. So this will expand by 1. Okay. Make sure I have all these named correctly, because I've run into the pain a few too many times recently of none of them actually being correctly where they should be. Okay, just to make sure I'm getting these lined up. She doesn't have a tongue on here, so I'm going to leave it like that. Now then, guess I should put the O's on. Yep, I totally want to put it into that. O mid. Let me just put some blue down. Okay, now I can turn off the rest. Oh, full. I think that works. She looks very surprised. Okay, now on to eyes. So first thing first, we have to figure out how our eye works. It looks like that it's... Oh yeah, we have to have that fold at some point and make sure we get the little dots under her eyes. So she has a very ruby red. This means high saturation. Like a little lower on here. And it is 2/5 of the eyes. So that's like 2/5. And I move it over a little bit because I like having a little bit of white. So I'll even shrink it. Otherwise, it is sitting like about there. Mistakes were made. Left eye. Boop. Okay, I don't have a shot of the top of it. It may not even go lower than that. That'd be some interesting rigging. But she does have black pupils, so work that. First off, let's drop this down like 10 or 15. $85, $40. 60, 50. Just a totally normal cat. What do you mean there's something wrong with this cat? Okay, let's go into here. Maybe just actually literally shrink this down. Cool. Mostly trying to grab some of this, though this is more green down there. I don't want the palette to go completely wild. We must reserve just a bit of sanity. Only a bit, like pasta water. You just need a little bit at the end. You don't need all of it. Okay. Just something I want to check on here. Does the surprise go over the... Nah, I can't tell. Literally can't tell. I think so. So I'll do the same thing over here. Looks completely insane because, you know, full eye open. Okay, let's get some eyelashes on the cat. I think I'm going to use this purple because I want it to stand out against other blacks. Well, no, there's no black in there. I'm using that purple, so ignore that. And that does not go... Sorry, brain. That does not go over the hair. Partly why I'm just noodling without it. She has a mildly defined eyelash bottom. So I'm going to put that in there. Question is, do I put it... I think I put it on this side. And then I just do that. Now, I'm going to also put on here eye fold. And dots. Are they just black or are they somewhat? They have some brown in them, so I will grab this color. Probably darker. There we go. Now into blinks. Left mid eyelash. So I don't even really need to squish this sucker. 1, 2. Just due to how flat it is and how much it already kind of is doing that, I think I can get away with not. Mid, almost. 1. Mid. So, just going to flap that up 1. Flap that down 2. We're going to move on to almost closed. One, 2. Okay. Okay, cool. Duplicate. Left closed happy, because I'm going to do my old trick again. Where I have the happy side. And not. Left closed normal. And the only real difference is a mild amount of tilt. Cool. Okay. Anything else to add to that? I don't think so. Also, I need to... Now then, for something else, let's put this all the way at the top. Underneath the anchor, the fish piece, I guess. Left surprised eye. New group. Surprised eye. Okay, let's go down to normal eyes. Boop. Okay, these are thick rimmed. So in order to do that, I'm going to contract. Can I do 3? That's a little too thick. So I'm going to contract 2. Can't do this on contract 1 all the time. But then I invert it, and then, you know, I just drop that on there. And now she had a little bit of this on there, so... Does that work? I think it works better there. Okay. Duplicate. Left surprised eye mid. So I'm going to move this up 1. Move this down 1. Squish this 1. Move this up 1. Surprised eye almost closed. This is mostly going to be just moving everything down. Let me just move these suckers down like so. Left surprised eye close. What it says on the tin. We're going to tick these down here. This up. This down. And maybe move this down 1. Ooh. Okay, what's left on the list? A lot more than I expected to do. I think it's almost time to rig. Gotta start dicing everything. Oh, it's almost at the hour. Or at the hour. Well, I'll start dicing it, but then I'm going to take a little break on the hour. Okay, let's begin. All the way up the top. Oop. Right eyebrow. That in there? Right surprised eye close. Oop. It. Right surprise. Almost closed. Cool. Right, surprised eye mid. Right, surprised eye. Right, cat ear front. Right, cat ear front. Boop, boop. Right ear fluff. Boop, boop. Right ear back. Okay, here we go. I group back on. Right, close normal. Right, closed happy. Right, almost eyelash. Right, mid eyelash. Right, full eyelash. Right, mid, and almost eyelash bottom. Double duty. Right, full eyelash bottom. Right eye. Oh, that's why. Okay. Ooh, right. White almost closed. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Right eye mid. Boop, boop. Right eye white. You know, does she have the Mofang when her mouth's closed? Doesn't look like it. Once again, it's really hard to get a full mouth closed. Because I could easily enough do it. Like, I think actual properly rigged models have a heck of a time trying to get the Mofang over the lips. Whereas I get to cheat at literally everything. Except for pixels, except for mouth pixels touching. That's just pain. Okay, now I guess we're on to arms. New layer. Right lower sleeve. Right upper sleeve. Left upper. Okay, cool. You know what? I think I want to make these slightly longer. There we go. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's fine. It's not like I'm going to be moving them. Right hand glove. It will remember everything but turning on and off layers. Okay, there we go. We didn't take the other hand with it. Right hand glove. The hand is gloved. Left hand. Oop. Right lower arm. Right upper arm. Right shoulder. Right bobber. Don't need to worry about that. Okay, this stuff we do. Right middle or shoe toe. Right shoe. Actually, let's go back. I think this all needs to be on the top part. I'm going to cut that out. Go over to here. Put it down. Now the toe part. Going to uncontest that and move it over to here. maybe even give us a slightly longer range. Cool. Okay. Nope, turn that off. Don't know why middle is on there, but whatever. Right, middle, shoe, toe. Boop, boop. Right, middle, shoe. Right foot, toe, tights. Right foot, toe. Cut. I must say Control-C somewhere and copied literally nothing, so it just discards it. Because, you know, that's a good function. What's going on? Oh, it's doing the stupid stuff. Oh, you're too zoomed in. We're going to put it down there because, you know, off screen, not exactly where you're putting it. Okay, I need to fix this one because I do check on that. Right foot, middle, tights. Right foot, middle. Do. Right shoe top. That weird part. I don't know what to call it. It's outside my skills that... I mean, actually it doesn't even literally show connected to this. I thought it'd be like, you know, a little back thing so that it connects up. But I guess, I don't know. It's just an anklet. Oh well, whatever. It's on the sheet, so it's on here. Right lower leg tights. Boop, boop. Right lower leg. No, you probably can't even see any moles through the tights on here. Oh, wait. Yeah, anyways. Right upper tights shade. Boop, boop. Right upper tights. Boop, boop. Yeah, that was shaded. Right upper leg shade. Drop that in there. And grab all the way up. Right upper leg. Boop. I think that's everything. I'm going to go through this list one more time just to make sure that if I see a left, we have a right above it. Okay, I'm going to also put these in a group. Eyebrow. right, left, military step, right, left, 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 and right, left, right, left. I'm going to put these in their own group because of the eyelashes. This will be the eye group. No, I could also just, She doesn't really have, slit eyes. Or else I could do the whole, like, the more smile, the more they expand out, and, like, just keep them, like, slit. Otherwise. Or I could also, you know, just make a blank version of this. Not today. Okay, anyways. Right. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Nope. And then we'd be on to arms as our next thing, because I don't think we have anything else. Starting with shoulders. Well, shoulders are on the bottom, so it'd be something... The upper arm. Okay. The band does not have a matching side, but this does. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. And then the bobber doesn't have all that stuff. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. I can't spell, so I'll fix that. There's going to be one missing, and it's going to annoy me when I get back into. Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. And I think that's all. So, okay. I'm going to hide this for a second as I save it out, and then I'm going to take a little break after this. It's been an hour. I'm braining hard. Okay. Run the script that docs everything. Good to see. Okay, models. It's MW. I think I spelled it wrong on this one. Pixel Summer. Okay, I put Pixel Summer. Let me pop it open just to see if it's saved out right. Suppose for like the 5 for the next minute have on here. So as always, you can't see this right now. I open it in GIMP because I don't have anything else. And I am increasing its size because Live 2D likes to put a pixel of like yeah, it likes to add transparency to the edges of pixels and fuzzy them. So pixel perfection doesn't work like this. So I have to make these a lot bigger than I actually want them to be. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. So like it's either divided or times 16, 32, 64, whatever I feel like that day. Or whatever I think I can manage on my machine. Because this is somewhat intensive. And I think it's going to be times 32 today. See how big is that? 14,000. Sure. 3 gigs. No. Okay, times 16. Yep, that's almost a gig. That's fine. Because the more that I have, the less I have to worry about any individual pixels. It's just the way it is. And it's annoying and I don't like it, but I don't know, I can't stop it. This card changes, and just to make sure that it is still huge. The fact that it's taking a minute to open up means it's huge. That means it has huge file size. Defrag and compress, defrag and compress. Okay, I will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. I need to get a little blood pumping. Falling asleep. Hmm. Actually thinking, as I said, I've been a little sick. I think I might just save this for tomorrow. I don't usually like splitting these, but I am so meh that probably going to be crap doing the rest of this. So I think I'll just do a like a 3 or 4 hour stream tomorrow and call it good. And otherwise, I need to get stuff done today and possibly get more soup into me. So, with that, thank you for coming, and I will see you tomorrow for when I have actually some energy in me. You would think I'd have a little more energy in me after sleeping half the day yesterday and sleeping an extra 2 hours last night, but, no. No, I did not. Anyways. Get more cough syrup in me. Maybe that'll help. Alright, thank you very much, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.